First attack.
Same group protocol. I'm Katon, modest game developer / VTuber, and we're gonna be booting up my new craft stuff. So, I did not actually log into the server outside of last stream. That's mostly just been like me being busy, and then also me running out of coffee and just not having the energy to go get stuff done in Minecraft lately. But I am back. I've got coffee.
Head pats incoming.
Pat top. Yeah. Thank you for the pats. Wait, why am I wet? Amy, I'm going to have to ask you, why am I wet? No, what does this mean? I joined right in time for my server to do an autosave for some reason. And he's just gonna lurk before he explains himself. What the fuck? I'm actually gonna go bother him. Find you outside in a cardboard box in the rain. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to make sure it didn't mean something else. Okay, so I went way a little too close to the camera. I've really gotta have like a better setup for this, I think. Anyways, so during the week actually, so on Thursday I did actually I'm gathering a bunch of bamboo, and for once that is not for cardboard. It is because, in case you guys haven't seen the thumbnail, I'm actually going to be using, specifically, where is it? Block of stripped bamboo is actually really nice for making those, like, yellow caution pads, I've noticed. I've seen it used in a couple of station designs in the past. And it's what I'm using in that one thumbnail. The question is, do I have enough for it? Because I'm going to need probably 4 rows of it, right? And I think we did decide that it's 4 chunks long. That means 64 times 4. That's 4 stacks. I don't know if we have 4 stacks is the problem. Oh, fucking not even close. It's apparently a block is 9. That's gonna be a problem. Ah, shit. I don't know. I think... I'm trying to remember what Floricon was using for... Oops. I was trying to remember what Floricon is using for his cardboard. I don't know if he was using... whatchamacallit, bamboo or not. Yeah. Thank you, Purple Tengu. How are you doing? Let me go over here to see. Because I do not remember.
That's incoming.
Yeah. Thank you, Pats. I am doing better myself because I got coffee. My latest coffee shipment got delayed, and I ended up with not enough coffee to make it through the entire week. So Thursday and Friday I spent coffeeless, and it was hell. Thursday was less hell than Friday. I can take like 1 or 2 days. I can take like a day without coffee, and then the second day is just gonna be terrible. Which means I also just got, like, basically nothing done for those 2 days. Actually, no, you know what? I did, like, start up some stuff to try and get some things done. Oh, no, I think Fork is, in fact, doing bamboo. I see a bamboo farm over there. The question is, I don't know if his is automated. His bamboo farm does not appear to be automated. He does have more shoots than me, overall planted, but I don't know if this is still gonna get me even near the, 4 stacks I need of the, collected wood. Which means I probably do need to set up one of those automated farms for it finally. And then I can just, like, hang on to doing the rest of it, after I get the rest of it done. Yeah, so 56 is the best I can get right now. I probably do want to get a bamboo farm automated. I did not realize... I probably actually had the mental capacity to start an automated bamboo farm the other day, and I did not actually think about it because I didn't think I actually needed it that badly. Now I realize I actually kind of need it pretty badly. Because the design I'm using for that station is going to need a lot of bamboo. Yeah, as I was saying, we could just put all of the, because they go in copycat panels. We just put the copycat panels down to begin with. And the rest of it should come fine. This has been broken. Why did this get broken? What happened to my, tree farm? Why is the farm broken? Oh, you know what? I think I know what happened. Wait, no. I don't think that's what happened at all. I'm gonna think about it. Why are you not moving again? Maybe that'll work. I think it just got stuck because I lost power to my facility earlier because something I was supposed to talk about and then got interrupted rudely by Amy, cat speaking me, was we got a mod pack update. Check it out. Now we've got industrial iron encased chain conveyors. That's cool. Except for one small problem. Changing the casing on a chain conveyor breaks all of the chains connected to it. So I had to redo all of the chains, annoyingly. But I don't know why that would affect my wood farm. Unless something else on the back end fucked up for that. I don't know for sure what would have happened there. But the other thing that's been added, that I'm very excited about. The other thing that's been added, I'm very excited about. We have slice and dice again. Thank fucking goddess. We have slice and dice, which means we can automate all of the different cooking pot recipes in a heated blaze burner, which is so much more convenient. And it's going to revolutionize food production. Not only that, but also we've got, you know, the slicer. The slicer is in. Just, you know, gotta send, because trying to automate the cutting board otherwise is a fucking nightmare, because you'll end up, like, having the deployer put the fucking knife on the cutting board, and then it breaks the entire system. So the slicer is just an easier way of doing it, because then you can just put the slicer over a basin and let that do everything. Specifically, I think putting it over a basin is actually a better idea, because if you put it over a belt and the slicer doesn't have a tool, things will just pass by without waiting for the slicer to have a tool. Which I think is partially because, like, the tool in the slicer sets what kinds of processes the slicer can do. But I still think, like, deployers... yeah, no. I see why that would be difficult to manage, but still, I do kind of wish it would hold things if the tool's broken. But, speaking of tool being broken, there's actually currently a bug. There's currently a bug. The slicer is not taking durability of its tool, which I've already reported to the GitHub. I don't know if they've responded yet. They have not. But it seems like it is not intended, because there is a configuration variable for creating slice and dice that determines whether or not the slicer consumes durability of its tools. It is true by default, and the fact that it is true by default but the slicer still isn't taking durability tells me that that is a bug and not intended. But, of course, for now we'll just deal with that, and we'll just have some contingency plans for when that is no longer the case. I would assume he wants to fix that. Also, you know, I thought I had a knife around here. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if I straight up don't have a knife myself. I kind of wanted to see what the knife durabilities were again, to remind me of what the numbers would be. Because I think, if I remember right, when I first kind of came up with the idea of doing like a big chicken kitchen, which was back in like the season 1 mod set, I was actually just going to do a hopper with a barrel of iron knives, and when I did the math, I was just like, yeah, this is gonna last me like a fucking lifetime. This will be fine. I don't actually remember how long that is, and truthfully, like, I think it might be 256 for an iron knife, I don't know, but 256 times 27 is only about 6k. Which might not be enough. I don't know for sure. That does mean that eventually I do want to try and get a technically it would be considered a slaughterhouse, but I mean, like, I can dress it up like it is a not slaughterhouse farm. And then have that be a supply point for some chicken stuff that we can deliver to the tavern. Except the tavern has its first food item. But tavern having food items isn't super useful until we get Rainford. Until we get the train system up and running. Because how's anybody gonna get to the tavern? It's fucking 1,000 blocks away from most of the bases except for Thirds and Doohoo's. Which even those two I am still planning on hooking up with the train system. But as I was saying, the bamboo is short. Which for now, until I get a decent bamboo farm up and running, we can still at least get the rest of the station started in terms of building it. Which I will still need to get a hold of a bit of a materials list to confirm everything that we need. Which I did take a screenshot recently of what we did last stream, where took a screenshot of what we did last stream, where we made those cool little escalator combos, and I'm going to be using that image as a reference so that I can see what all I'm going to need. I'm going to need a lot of deep slate, that's for sure. In fact, the primary thing that I do want to get is enough deep slate to get the under part of the tracks done. That's sort of like asphalty kind of deep slate texture that I used. And that's going to be 11 blocks wide per side, which is 22. And that makes 22 stacks of deep slate. 22 stacks of deep slate. We only have 448 cobbled deep slate, 615 deep slate. Which I probably am going to want to try and make sure that we send this cobbled deep slate to bulk smelter to get that converted to deep slate. But even that together, that's about 1,000 divided by 64 is only 15 stacks of deep slate. We are going to need more deep slate. And that is the important thing, because that's where we're kind of setting up the floor of the thing. The rest of it is actually going to be stone something. I want to say stone column, but I could be wrong. I could actually grab my... Thank you, Procol, Marcus, and Emberg. How are you doing? Amy's only on break, so I don't know if Amy's going to be around to do mod things. That's sort of high, as I'm concerned. Marcus, have you had any do you have any familiarity with the create mod? I'm trying to remember which one it is. It might be this, it's either smooth inlaid stone. No, the smooth inlaid stone is like non-tiled. You know what would probably help me is if I grabbed a stack of stone. Guess what? Grab a stack of stone real quick. And where's my chisel? There's my chisel. And I want this so that I can see the thing. It's not the double inlaid stone. Smooth stone column. There it is. It's the smooth stone column, which is funny because, you know, it makes me think of smooth stone, which is a different block entirely, but cool. So that's the stone that we need. Create mod about 45 add-ons and mods. Real. I don't know if... Well, actually, I guess if you're saying 45 add-ons and mods, I guess that's pretty rivaled by our setup. What do I have? I mean, I can throw a very quick, Just give me a number. I don't think this gives me a number, annoyingly. Oh, there we go. No, 111 installed, 111 selected. Okay. That is, you know, to keep in mind that is probably including a lot of, like, libraries and dependencies that aren't fully mods. But, yeah, I see 111 in this pack, which this is a custom pack. Here's the little info blurb I give about it. At the moment, nobody else is on the server at the time. Which hopefully I can get the train system up and running and people will actually have a lot more to do on the server because we'll have transit finally. That's my goal in this season. Being the transit and logistics girl. And potentially also chicken. Roast chicken. Check it out on roast chicken. So yeah, so now we know what stone we need. Which actually, if I need to check how much I'm going to need of that. I think the, what model are we using? Neoforge. It's kind of the only one that, is hosting the new update of Create Mod on 1.21. I feel like there's, you know, process of elimination you could get that. I think it's Smooth Stone that I'm using for, like, part of the station platform. We designed part of this in creative mode, just so I could get an idea for how everything was going to look together. So that's why I'm trying to check that screenshot I just took earlier. I want to say it's Smooth Stone that we picked this out from. Wait, can we actually... Wait a minute. Oh my gosh! We can get Smooth Stone... We can chisel Smooth Stone from stone. Damn, fucking chisel's busted. Wow, the chisel is busted. Love this thing. We did not have this in Season 1, and you can frickin' tell just by how surprised I am at how busted it is. Okay, yeah, I think it is the cut blank Smooth Stone that we were using. Use CurseForge? That's not a mod loader, that's a thing. The Stinger Protocol, Marcus, thank you very much for following. Welcome to Test Brigade. CurseForge isn't a mod loader, that is a instance manager, I think is the correct term. And in that case, I use Prism Launcher. Fuck CurseForge, all my homies hate CurseForge. It's all about open source software here, getting into that corpo shit. I, of course, am joking, but it's absolutely a per person, what's the word I'm looking for? Preference. However, I would definitely recommend Prism over CurseForge. Yeah, CurseForge is not a mod loader though. It is a instance manager. The mod loader is the thing that actually loads the mods, which is either Forge, Neoforge, or Fabric. And then there are instance managers that create instances that use those mod loaders, such as CurseForge or Prism or MultiMC. Prism, I believe, is a fork of MultiMC. And also, like, it's MultiMC, the, like, creator went, like, insane. Or, like, the main manager or whatever went insane and booted everybody off the project because they were quote-unquote woke. You ever felt the need to die or devorate? What does that mean? Huh? Oh, decorate package frogs. Not particularly. Partially because, like, I like this color already. This is pretty close to, like, a color that I really like. And also, I'd have to replace all of them with colors. However, I have stolen the, I've stolen a bit of a thing from somebody else who's a Minecraft content creator, chosen architect. He will decorate any send-only frog with goggles. And I've stolen that just because it is kind of a convenient way to denote that at a glance. So I know that this is a receive frog, this is a send frog. A couple of these frogs are actually, like, send and receive. I think specifically, this guy at PT Workshop, I think, is a send and receive. Because I can order things to this workshop address, and then also this is where packages will come up. You see the wind particles in there? From my storage system downstairs. So yeah, I haven't seen the need to decorate them. I kind of do like the idea of decorating vaults. I just haven't done them just yet. And then, like, the stock links, the die on those is, like, so inconsequential. It's so small. It's like, of course, I haven't done that. Get the stone out of here. Yeah, it's wild that I can just chisel stone into smooth stone. That helps out a bunch. I'm gonna throw this smooth stone in there because we do need smooth stone for a bunch of crafting material, crafting recipes, I believe. Favorite create add-on. It would be nice if we could have Steam and Rails already. I know I'm being as patient as I can. As a fellow developer, I know the struggles, as well as it being a C# developer, which isn't exactly the same as Java, but is very much similar to Java. I understand the frustrations of having to work with, having to mod a game like Minecraft, and I am being as patient as I can, but also, I really need Steam and Rails back. There's so much in that mod that I am just really missing. I'd say that's definitely the favorite create add-on right now. I'd say if you asked me back in Season 1 what my favorite create add-on is, I'd actually would be, I would likely actually say Enchantment Industry. The newest updates to Enchantment Industry, though, I do not like them. I just have a personal distaste for them. I do not like how they were changed. Personally, don't think they should have been changed. And they, like, kind of took out everything I liked about that mod, unfortunately. Beyond that, what else do I have? Slice and Dice is really great. We just got Slice and Dice updated for 1.21. I've been so happy about that. We've got that now. I haven't gotten a sec to actually get something up and running with it, but I do want to get something up and running with it in the near future. Crate Encased is great too. I love Crate Encased. I love being able to encase stuff in different materials so that they match more of the workshop wherever possible. That's fun. They just pushed an update where chain conveyors can be encased. However, when you encase a chain conveyor that currently has chains attached to it, it breaks all the chains. So I haven't gotten around to updating the rest of the facility yet. Anyways, getting slightly off track, but that's fine. I think the big thing is that I do need that deep slate, which in order to do that, we're gonna have to go find our way down to low Y levels, and I'm going to deploy a Doretta. Is Doretta still up here? Or that's not, it's not Doretta. It's, we decided on a name for it. Drillson, that's right. We decided to call it Drillson, I believe. Is Drillson in my backpack? Drillson's in my backpack, if that makes sense. We already put away all that calcite, I'm guessing, from Drillson. Yeah, for sure. So we used Drillson to clear out this area over by spawn. This is where we want to put our primary train station. Right next to where the tavern is, which is primarily why I want to get the train station up and running before we start doing food deliveries to the tavern. And I was going to start getting the station set up, but I was running into a couple of snags and still trying to figure out some planning with it. But, so, we're gonna go down to the mines. I have to remember where I had my mine shaft set up, if I even had one. Oh, you know what? That's right. I just went down in the nearby cave to get to the mines. It was down this way. So I'm just gonna go. Created a reactor with crate nuclear onto your world. Recreated Chernobyl, lost my world because of radiation. I don't think I can get into that quite that much. I kind of like the alternate form of energy present in base create. And as such, I can't really necessarily get into those kinds of things. Like, we have crate crafts and additions, and that's partially for just like compatibility's sake, but we do also have one or two members who are interested in doing stuff with electricity and like doing power share using electric wires. And more power to them. I do gotta talk to Third about that. Yeah, so we're down here. We're starting to see the deep slate. I'll start my train. Well, train. Back in season 1, it was a train. Oh man, I do already miss Big One. I already missed the Big One. That was the auto mining train that we had in season 1. The main reason why the season 1 world isn't around anymore is because we were updating to 1.21. Obviously, a lot of things have changed since then.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Yeah. I should probably get my water refilled. Where's my torches? I'm gonna wand away for a sec. Yeah, I would like to make the big one again. The big one was my big auto mining train thing. I actually made it on a train that would place and not destroy its own tracks as it ran, because the whole point was that I would have it mine up a bunch of stuff and then I'd pull it back to a station where it would then load up stuff onto a cargo lift, and then that cargo lift goes up into my main base and unloads into a big ore processing setup. That was super fun. So, move that around. Change up the live chat. I wasn't missing much though. Which, from the experience of running the big one, I think -48 Y is my usual best bet. Some lapis, I'll take that. Nothing else. Might take me a minute to get down to 48Y though. Play some calmer music. I can try. I mean, the thing is, I still have to get around to actually setting up all the tags for this thing. But I can also just like turn the music down a little bit. I can flip through here a little bit. I can't guarantee it's gonna stay on calmer music. I have a mix of calm music and like focus music in here. And I haven't gotten around. There's like a whole tag system I have. This is through a custom stream overlay application that I've developed. Hi, Standard Green Protocol. I am Katon. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. So KT Dash is over there. It's the stream bot / stream overlay animations, all of that jazz. And I coded it myself. Yeah, I can try my best at keeping it managed. Probably have my wrench put away for now. I mean, I will need it once I actually get Wilson set up, but the other thing about being at Y48, or -48, is that we do also get a lot of diamonds. We have a decent amount of diamonds on us, but we'll always have more. Our server isn't super open on the idea of having like a very established economy. We're mostly about bartering and then sharing any sort of resources that we have, like, effectively infinite of. Essentially, the plan is to get to post-scarcity. Anyways, diamonds. Which is why, like, at some point, whilst I am going to end up using the new shop interfaces from Create 6 as part of the chicken stuff, that's gonna be more of just like a thing to make sure that supply-demand works properly and all of that. Yes, so Marcus, you missed it. In fact, I should probably make a highlight of it. A couple of weeks ago, I was sneaking around Olivia's base as a cardboard box. Olivia and I are doing a series in which she's having me play through the Metal Gear Solid series, and then in return, she is playing Ratchet and Clank series. That's sort of the exchange that we're doing, cultural exchange program. So I decided I wanted to do that. And sneak around her base whilst I had the Metal Gear Solid 2 plant theme going on stream. That was fun. Those were some fun times. Aha, we're starting to see more tough, which means that we are getting down to the Y level that I would like to deploy Drillson at. Yeah, eventually I'll make it a highlight / clip. Oops. I should probably put my tools in my backpack so I can have auto swap. I tend to turn it off because building wands cannot do stuff that's in my backpack. Yeah, set your profile A². How are you doing? I kind of did prefer how building wands worked before they updated them to not have tools inside of them. But, oh well. EP, I feel that. again, I don't know if you're caught up on the Discord, but I had my coffee shipment, my recent coffee shipment get delayed. So I've been without coffee for a hot minute now. Oh, okay, we're here. We're at the Y level I want to be at. I'm going to want to go east because north there is actually. I was thinking like, oh, north is where I have the stupid. Where am I at? There is a. Fuck, what's that called again? Dead people are buried here. There's one of those here. Except I realize that's more like, you know, above Y0. It's too freaking warm. I fucking feel you, man. I hate summer. I hate summer. Summer's fucking dumb. Alright. Get to this point, I want to break out the wand. Which does mean that I have to put my tools back out of my backpack. Set my wand. I've got to reconfigure this into fill mode. It's 7 wide for, Sorry, we swear a lot here. It's just how it is. You're gonna have to get used to that. Sorry. I really need to get a, netherite wand. Limitations of the diamond wand are really starting to piss me off. I'm running out of water. I'm gonna need to fix that in a sec. And then push forward until we have enough room to at least sit in the cabin of Drillson. Sorry, I forget who ended up naming Drillson again. It was somebody on stream because I asked on stream. It was either A squared or fuck. Who was the other normie? Who's the other regular on my Minecraft streams? I can't remember. I almost said normie for some reason. Fucking nobody here is a normie. I would never call you guys that. Yeah, okay, so it was A squared. Again, it was either you or Benitez. That's who I'm thinking of. The cat boy is the other one. I think this is enough room for Drillson. I could be wrong. I might go a couple forward just in case. Oh, hey, look, there's some zinc. I'll take that. That is the other reason why I had the big one down at -48, because it's also a great spot for zinc. You're not the normies, trust me. I am gonna want to get up real quick so that I can like block this off just in case. Shouldn't be anything else spawning in here. And I need to go to refilling the water. I don't need to go to the bathroom just yet, but at least refilling my water. That was the thing. You know what? I bought a couple of things for myself recently, and I'm just now realizing I picked up like the seed cushion because that was the next thing on my wish list. And now I'm realizing like, oh, I didn't actually need that. What I needed was I need a new water bottle. This one has the little latch on the straw thing has been broken. It's still functional, but it is missing that little locking thing so that the straw thing can be pulled up. And what I was thinking is I wanted to get a replacement for it, but then also keep the old one as like a backup so that I don't have to get up from my freaking computer, leave you guys on BRB to go refill my stuff. I could just have like a refill ready to go. But as I said, for now, I will be right back. And you guys can have fun with some Titan blades. Wait, that's right. Let me go over here and stand by, buddy. I return, and I'm realizing that I am leaving Deep Slate on the floor. I should probably fix that, because otherwise it'll despawn, and the whole reason I came down here was to pick up more Deep Slate. I should probably make sure I get that addressed. Also, I have sturdy sheets on me for some reason. Whatever. Okay. Bunch of other random things I'm just gonna end up throwing away the next chance I get. We do have andesite automated, so I don't really need andesite, except for building materials, but we can get more. I think we have enough room for a drill sim now. So, I believe what we need to do is... I did actually bring a stack of charcoal. Whew. Okay, I was a little worried I didn't bring fuel for drill sim, but we're fine. I want to go back a ways, just in case. And then place you down. Here's Drillson. Slightly into the wall, but we're fine. Alright, I am gonna need the charcoal though. Come on. There we go. Oh, hey, I don't even need to drop down into the hole. And there we go. Nice. Now we're getting plenty of Deep Slate. Again, we don't need a huge amount because we mostly need... We had, like, what, 15 stacks already? And we needed, I want to say 22? 20, exact. Wait. No, I miscalculated that. That's right, so we had, 11 on one side, 11 on the other side. We need 22 stacks, because it's 64 blocks long, which is a stack. Oh, I am, of course, going to need torches. Oh. Also, the other fun part about doing this sort of mining is picking extra ores off the walls. We are also passing by a cave nearby, so we will need to be careful. I'm not seeing much in there in terms of danger other than the lava that's down there. That's easily avoidable. I just see like one gold. I think the rest of that is just vines or moss or whatever. Ooh, some diamonds. Nice. We have 956 in there. That's already like 15 more stacks. Not bad. And a few stacks of tough, too. Yeah, whoa. Ugh. Do the one block jump for the beef. It's easy and free. There's just a couple of gold here. Not much super worthwhile. And it looks like there is some infested caves still nearby. I don't want to hang around in those. So for now, where's my... I should have gotten my fucking wrench out. There we go. Really should have gotten my wrench out. It's fine. Oh, there's like several... That must have been like... 2 diamond veins right next to each other. That's wild. And of course, we pick those up. What's up here? Ooh. More diamonds. I'll take it. And more redstone. That one's the more important one, honestly. Actually, I can't remember. I gotta figure out if Fork actually did get a redstone mine up and running. So place that there for now. Yeah, should be plenty of deep slate. Oh, that's right. I put that there because I went AFK. We'll head back up. I should probably make sure we get some stairs here, so I'm not having to sit here pressing space for 9 years. We're up. It's actually some zinc here. How did I miss the zinc? Let me take that. That's just stone. Alright. Got our Jilson with all of its stuff contained. Maybe at some point we will clean out the mausoleum. That's what it's called. Just now remembered what it's called. We'll clean out the mausoleum one day. Or we just, you know, put out a... The whole point of the tavern / adventurers guild is that we put out, you know, orders to have somebody clear out areas. And I could be using that for that. Yeah, for now. Come out here. Actually, don't need that many, but because right now we're only pulling stuff out of this. I will go ahead and crush up all of these ores real quick. We would go in here for manual entry and crush up all of these ores. Nothing else in my backpack. I'm gonna throw the andesite in here. Sure, we'll put away some gravel. Making some space in my inventory so that I can maximize how much space I have to push things into our system. By the way, I'm gonna come over to eat. Come back over to Drillson real quick. And oops. Where are we at? Here we go. Put more of the rails into Drillson. I should really be closing that up whenever I'm not trying to push it. Okay. That's right, but you know what? First I need to store the deep slate that's on me. Everything else is cobbled deep slate, which means it needs to go through smelting first. So, we send all of that downstairs. And then we just bring all of this... Oh boy. I forgot that it's the first one, which means it's the last one in this direction. We should do that. I have a stack of bowls on me. I'm gonna have to return some of those bowls to Shu, who's our current food person. Run over here. And start dumping all of our cobbled deep slate into our mass smelter. Bulk smelter is the proper term. Oh, that's it. It was just those approximately 20 stacks. And then the tough we can store separately. The rest of this is stuff that Drillson uses to move, so we'll leave that in there. And actually just go ahead and pick up Drillson. Come on. I still can't believe we switched, in Season 1, we did Traveler's Backpacks. And Traveler's Backpacks didn't let you put minecart contraptions in them because they contained inventory. Whereas Sophisticated Backpacks are just built different. They can take them just fine, which is still insane to me. We store an entire fucking drill machine. Our our entire fucking tunnel bore fits in our backpack. That's kind of insane. But and yeah, we got the diamonds and some extra redstone dust. We'll send that to mass storage, as well as the rest of the tuff. Awesome. We did just process a bunch of ores. We need to finish those ores out. Yes, the crushed raw copper is going to go into the bulk smelter. The rest of them are actually going to go into the bulk washer. I do not need the clay from raw copper. I'm glad to have that raw ore processables filter. That helps out quite a bit. I'm surprised the drill didn't get any zinc ore inside of it. Yeah, so we're waiting on that to finish up all of the deep slate. We probably have enough deep slate already, but so you need 22 stacks. And those 22 stacks are probably also going to go in the truck. In fact, you know what? I think it's about time to fully upgrade the truck. This is also a design I stole from Chosen Architect, by the way. We've got, you know, vaults completely automated, so how much do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 5 times 9 is 45. So we need 45 vaults, and I think the system is going to start kicking on and ordering more vaults. Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is. Anyways. Boop, 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 boop. Now I have a max size truck. I am going to need to grab some of that deep slate real quick. Did we finish all the deep slate yet? Oh crap, we did. Oops. That's a bit of a problem. Can the chisel turn deep slate back into cobbled deep slate? That's the question. Send me a bit of this. Can the chisel fix my problems? Uh-oh. It can't. That's a bit of a problem. It can... Out of curiosity. Okay, well, you know what? To be fair, it doesn't do stone to cobblestone, so you know what? Fair. Fair. It'd be nice if I could have, like, a hotkey that would turn Silk Touch off. Because otherwise, I can't do that. I don't think I have any other way of doing... cobbled deep slate. Oh, apparently deep slate on a cutting board or with a slicer gives cobbled deep slate. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Let me make a cutting board real quick, honestly. Yeah, order this here. Oh yeah, also, whilst I'm here, let's, oh, there is a reason why I need to have the stuff first. I mean, actually, no, I should be able to do this. Hang on. What I need to do is go from this block to that, and that way it should get the slabs once I make more slabs. But in order to get there, can I put... Oh, I can't put a cutting board on top of a schematic table. That would have been perfect. I could put it on top of an anvil, though. Alright. So now if I do you... That works! That'll work. So let me get a sleep whilst I'm here. Free feather from Garfield over here. Can you use that for crafting some arrows? Oh, that's right, my, let me actually change the keybind for my, quiver. So I can do that easier. I have to remember what I actually... What's on key G? Of course, it's showing me a bunch of right buttons. Toggle entity names. Group management. Wait, group management. Yeah, so that's that. What if I can still access that through the menu, so I'm gonna rebind that real quick. Controls, binds, G, group management, unbind. And then, quiver? Yes. Change that to G. And that way I can use that. Yeah, so I will grab one stick and a flint. Undoubtedly, we've got lots of flint from us processing gravel to iron. That gives us +4 arrows. Hooray. Can I just dump this in there? I can. Perfect. Used to be it made me pick up the quiver, but I guess it works if it's in the carry-o slot. I am now very slightly safer. Okay, but we need 15 deep slate tiles. Well, actually, or 15 slabs. It's actually more like 13 because I need one of them to be the wheel. 2 of them. But actually, we might need 4 of them. I go chisel. I can chisel this, right? Yes, I can. Perfect. So I want deep slate tiles. Eventually, I will upgrade this to more realistic looking blocks, but for now it is just like this for now. And from there I need 11 tiles, which I guess means 12, which is a perfect value. Now the truck is complete. For better or for worse. We had some deep slate in the... Oh, and cobbled deep slate was in the truck. Well, that would have been useful. We also had an extra deep slate tile slab that could have saved me a craft. Oh well. As it stands, I should probably clean some of the stuff out to put into my main storage instead. Some of the stuff I do believe was from some cleaning operations. I'm trying to move some of this into main storage. I am using industrial iron windows in a lot of the new construction. I don't know if 2 sea lanterns is super useful to us. And I got some bamboo that we can get. Yeah, I'm just going to start. I'm gonna actually put Swulu in there. Start dumping this stuff into our storage system. Alright, what other trash can I get rid of? I actually do want to grab these and store them. Store the redstone dust for sure. Iron nuggets. Sugarcane, the saplings, some extra straw. The seeds are probably going to get thrown away. There's probably already seeds in our storage somewhere. Maybe we'll just throw those away. Actually, we might need it. If there's already seeds in there, then it's not really taking up an extra slot. And might need it in the future. Actually, I think I did plan on having a use for that. No, because it's beetroot and carrots is what I'm using for the biofuel in the near future. Very near future. But I would argue that the biofuel farm is probably the immediate next step rather than the rest of the station platform. Now, plan is I really gotta get a display board up in here so I can see what our system is currently working on. Actually, I guess I could also just look at the board to find out. It might just be working on iron. Yeah, we really need to get something more efficient for the gravel production, because it's still only ever sending 1 stack at a time to be processed to gravel. That's been something I wanted to add to the power plant for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it. And honestly, worst case scenario, we probably can saw off a couple of force-loaded chunk slots to support adding a second chunk to our power gen station. So we can get both a second boiler in there as well as extra space, because we still need to move our cobblestone generator inside of the power plant, in my humble opinion. And then having something in there as a dedicated gravel farm would be nice. Because Lord knows just how much gravel we are going to need for concrete production at the excuse me, at the very least. But I think it is time for us to start ordering. So we need 22 stacks of deep slate, preferably more, because we do have the platform that's going to need more deep slate as well. I can actually go look at the image to see what kind of values we're going to need. I'm trying to remember what the width of that little area is. I want to say it's 8, and then it sits above the train tracks, which means it's 11. 8 by 11. So we'll probably need an extra 4 stacks of deep slate. Sounds safe enough. At least temporarily, because the thing is, just for the moment of us setting up the train station such that it is functional enough and not necessarily doing the rest of the decoration, I only really need the 1 set of escalators and stairs. However, in the future, it will have more than just the 1 set. It'll have another couple of escalators at the end of it, at both ends, as well as the one that's in the center. We're focusing on the one in the center at the moment. So for that, we'll probably need... So I think a total of 24 stacks is what we're looking at. Which unfortunately... I really wish I could alternatively look at this with the number of stacks. Instead I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's hard to tell whether or not you're clicking on it. Once you get to the thousands. That's fine. Alright, we're gonna start sticking all this stuff in the truck. That's right, we still had a couple of stacks here. We are also going to need to calculate how much stone we're going to need. Stone's easier, obviously. We've got infinite stone. It is mostly just the fact that we have to... So I think, as cool as it is that we can get smooth stone from stone, I don't think we can get stone from cobblestone with the chisel. But we can certainly try. But we cannot. So in that case, what we're going to need to do is we need to make sure that we actually have enough of it smelted up. We do have a decent amount here, but I don't know if it's enough. As it stands, because I want to do the trim of these stations with the smooth stone, that means that we kind of add just a stack for each of those. I think we are going to make it so that each of the platforms are going to be basically 8 blocks wide, is the plan. Which basically means 24 stacks of stone, which we currently do not have. As such, we'll come over here and we will order... We currently have 1.1k in there. It is only 17 stacks. So we will order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, might as well go for 10 stacks. Send that to bulk smelter. So that'll get smelting up. Once that's done, it should be ready to go for doing the rest of the stuff. We will, of course, also need quite a few of that, but we can also do... The question is, did I finish the blueprint for that? That's the question. Find out in a sec. You've got an empty on you, right? Yes, you do. You're glued to the thing, right? Let me actually find out. I don't remember if I properly glued this to the truck. I did not glue this to the truck. I'm gonna glue this to the truck. That's kind of the other big use of having the truck, is I can stick a schematic cannon on the side and have it be for building schematics. Because this is going to be a bit of an involved schematic. I think it is... I think I have an updated schematic for it, but I don't know for certain. And if not, I can go and update it real quick. I've got the empty in my hands, so I just need to come over to the table here. I'll probably need to move a table into the workshop. This is very much a temporary quarters, and I wanted to move the quarters upstairs. Alright. Of course, we've got visitors. I'll take care of those idiots in a sec. I place this in. What? I'm armored up, so I'll take care of these guys just fine. I don't even have a shield. I don't even have, like, fully powered armor. I just mostly have, like, most of it has protection 3. And I don't even have a protection on the boots. Just the depth strider. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. I am going to need to bring those bottles over to the tavern. The Adventurers Guild. And as usual, I'm not a weirdo. I am going to keep those destroyed. In fire. Specifically in lava, but, you know. Right. Once again, I'll look at this and make sure I'm not missing anything on this blueprint. I'm trying to remember if I updated anything about this. I will need to make sure, something that we were noticing was a common issue with this, is that this shows up using the industrial iron encasing on the belts. However, it doesn't actually use the industrial casing. Instead, it uses brass casing for some reason. But that's fine. That's easily fixable. I think this is ready to go. I'm not seeing any of the, I remember at one point we were doing this, and there was a couple of parts that were missing materials in the copycats. I am not seeing that yet. So. And check. You're not currently trying to replace any blocks, which means we should get an accurate materials list. That's the important thing. I need to grab my clipboard and turn that into a material checklist. Now we have a proper materials list. Exactly a stack of ornate iron windows. Not bad. Okay. And actually, something that we are going to need. Easily, I will need approximately, just to start with, 4 stacks of tracks. And then I will need probably just another 4 stacks just for track placement planning. I don't have any of the materials I need on me. I'll need to grab my electron tubes and stuff, so I can also start doing the signals as well as the train stations. Well, the train stations themselves are going to require a different set of components. I'll grab this. To not already have whatchamacallits in here. Okay. In that case, how many stations am I going to need? I think there is a number in total, and then there's going to be a number that I use until the, whatchamacallit. No, we only have 50 diamonds on us? Unless I'm carrying blocks on me. Anyways, as I was saying. Oh yeah, I think I did actually end up giving a bunch of diamonds to somebody. So there's a number of stations that I want to have to begin with, and then a number of stations that we want once Steam and Rails drops, so that we can actually have proper station designations, because right now, otherwise, it is going to be a bit of a mess. But I think we need, just for the moment, 2 westbound, 2 eastbound, total of 4 westbound, 4 eastbound for 8. However, I think what's going to happen is that we'll probably end up disabling half of those, because otherwise the trains are just going to stop at whichever one is closest. And we could just consistently set it such that it's the ones that stop at one half of the platform, and the other half of the platform will be disabled until we have Steam and Rails proper platform. What's the word I'm looking for? Platform reservation? That's probably not the term I'm looking for. I am, however, going to need a big display board to show where everything's at. That's the other, like, functional component I'm going to need. So this also means I need a bunch of display links. Okay, but trying to remember. The main thing that we need right now, we do need basically 8 compasses. Actually, it's not 8 compasses because you make 2 stations per craft, yeah. So it's actually 4 compasses is what I need. The rest of this I'm just going to dump back into the system. And it's still going to end up ordering a bunch of iron because I just took iron out of the system. So we're going to have some extra iron on us. Oh well. Where are we at? Oh, right. So I still need to do that. Did I not actually order? I did not actually order what I wanted. Give me this. I'm only just now having train casings in my inventory. I automated them, or I must have not necessarily automated them, but just like sent them to be processed. Okay, that should be all the train stations we need. We'll keep a bunch of electron tubes and stuff on us to make more signals as well as Nixie tubes. But we will also need a bunch of display links. I might even try and automate display links, honestly. What do we got in terms of... We actually got the transmitters automated. We've got almost 2,000 copper. So we can absolutely increase the automation on transmitters. And then I have to remember how to make display links, or in fact, a brass casing and a transmitter. How are we on brass casings is the question. Honestly, I might just automate that. Currently only at 54. Yeah, I think I want to automate brass casings real quick. How much brass do we currently have? 292. We can also order some more. I've got to go to the bathroom, though. It might take a minute to run inside to safety real quick. And I'm going to be away in the bathroom for a bit. So, everybody stand by. Run an ad break. Everybody take a stretch break. Also go to the bathroom if you need to. And get yourself some water or whatever. So, be right back. Alright, look back. Sorry for the long delay. The coffee was hitting. It was the opposite of the bathroom quote that KT Dash chose this time. Okay, so let's try and push on with what we're trying to get done here. So, last we left off, we put all of the deep slate into the truck. We also needed a bunch of stone, which I believe we have finished up. She needed about 24. So we'll go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 0.5 just in case, even though we can probably also just grab stone from the environment. That's a lot of stone. Oh, right, but we also have the materials checklist to go through as well. So I also need to get that started. There we go. Alright, loaded up all of the stone necessary into there. We are going to need to load up tracks. We do need 4 stacks for the station, and I decided on just 4 stacks for the surrounding area. So we will go with 8 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Send here. I actually tend to do like a toolbox of them, but the toolbox is more just a convenience function. We're just now getting it into our inventory because it's been in our vault for so long. Also, I'm noticing we've got a bit of a harvest of bamboo. And like I said, we really do need bamboo. We need a lot of it, and we really need to get an auto farmer for it. We really need to automate this farm pretty badly. Go. A little bit extra of that. Also, a rabbit skin probably from Garfield. Okay. Then we got those materials in there. Yep, that's the stock ticker I have in here. Even though, again, at some point we are gonna be instead using Garfield here for the Amazon system when we actually get that started. But in order to get the Amazon system, we of course need to actually have the rail stations set up. We got another fucking patrol spawn here. Annoying. Okay, well, let's get started on our material checklist now, finally. Thankfully, not a huge ask. We do need 2.5 stacks of industrial iron blocks.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Oh, stay in your profiles,
Head
Crazy
packs
Stew.
incoming. Tactical repositioning requested.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Have Patsy and check posture. And let's get back into things. So, it looks like I don't have any in the storage. I only have less than a stack on me. How crafts am I? Decent. What is this emote? That's a Nova emote? That's adorable. I know Nova's been talking about making a lot of soup recently, so I know that's become like a meme of Nova's. That's great. Oh wait, that's actually stew, not necessarily soup. But still. Man, how does she have so many fucking emote slots? It's unfair. More people should be giving me money. Oh, no, they shouldn't have to. You don't feel compelled to give me more money. But also, if you're currently giving Jeff Bezos your money, you could also do better to give some of that to me as well. Stewie has like one emote and 10 different channels. Oh, I see. Bixie Ave is the other one. Okay. I understand now. Oh, Stu is like a BTTV emote. Oh, okay. Oh, it's your emote, literally, because you're Stewie. I see. I understand now. Cute. Adorable. I like it. That's a normal-ass Unicode assigned emoji? Wait. Oh. Huh. Okay. I moused over it and it told me it's a better TTV emote, but I guess it's actually an emoji. It says better TTV emojis, but I assumed that was just their name for emotes. Wow. Okay. Stewie. Possibly BTTV. Or sorry, possibly A squared. I can't believe I called A squared BTTV. That's weird. Anyways. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's not out of the question for doing that. Right, so it's 2 per ingot of iron. Which is interesting. We are going to need approximately 2.5 stacks of it. Which means we need basically 1.5 stacks of iron. Which at the moment, I think we only automate up to 2 stacks is the thing. And this is, of course, going to trigger it to use up a lot more of our iron supply. Or make a lot more iron, I mean. Right, and I do need to come over here and just full convert that all over to the industrial iron for now. I will, of course, need a bunch of industrial iron windows, too. And I have to remember how to make that again. It is, in fact, with industrial iron. Which does mean we need even more industrial iron. It is a 3-to-2 ratio. Yuck. Okay. Which means you need 1.5x as many. Which means you need another stack and a half. And change. It's like another 2 stacks. Oh boy. Well, actually, okay, so we do have blocks of iron that we can potentially convert. Also, this is doable. Alright. Maybe I should get an automation for industrial iron. We are going to be using a lot of it in the near future. In fact, this also calls for a couple of create components that are also industrial encased. So I'll need to get those made. Yeah. Actually, I can do that for free, technically speaking. Thank you very much, Stewie. We are also going to need quite a bit of girders. Oh, and then the ornate iron windows we're also going to need to figure out how that's made. So I need to sleep in a second, but first I'll look up ornate iron windows is nuggets, thankfully, which is not nearly as bad. And we need exactly a stack, which is neat. Except, I just remembered something. We need a lot more than that. Because we don't just need one of these crafts, we need 3 of these. Or not one of these, blueprints, or, schematics. We need 3 of them. Because it's specifically just the one staircase is what's in there. So we are going to need a lot more than this, actually. Which does mean that we need 7.5 stacks of industrial iron. Just for, like, base industrial iron blocks. So we'll take another stack of iron real quick. Should also just be using my, backpack stone cutter. Why do I have splitting pasta in my stone cutter? So yeah, that's just the base amount of industrial iron. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, that's right. I also need like a half stack as well. Jeez. I should check to make sure whether or not we are compacting iron ingots or sending iron ingots to the assembler. If we're doing it the other way, that's dumb and bad. It's also entirely possible we did actually have an extra half stack in there, but oh. And now we're gonna need a bunch more because we need 3 stacks plus 18 of industrial iron window. I can also just try and do the math here. 70 times 3 is 210. Divide this by 64. It's 3.28 stacks. And once again, we have to take that number times 1.5. We need basically another 5 stacks of industrial iron. Oh boy. Actually, check. What is our... It is currently 2 stacks. Let's up that to 4 stacks. Clearly, we're going to need a lot more. I don't currently have a dedicated saw for industrial iron, though. I could potentially... What do we currently have on this? It's not very, I don't think iron would, affect this too much, so you know what? Go ahead and toss industrial iron on this. And then we can just go automate that, honestly. Clearly we need a lot of it. I should have some spare factory gauges. Yes, I do. And I do not have a whole lot of places to put this that don't suck ass. Until I decide to completely reorganize this. So we connect to you. Oh, that... I have to configure every other connection to iron. Which leads to that not looking good. You know, I could move that there. That's better. Not great, but better. Alright, and then we send this to Filtered Saw SSG. This is a 1-to-2 ratio, but we can also go 64-32. And then set a target amount to 4 stacks. Hell, honestly, 8 stacks. We apparently need a lot of it. We are going to compactor ingot block for the iron. It seems like it is just taking its sweet time. Sure seems to be. Really does feel like it does not send enough stuff in a lot of these requests. Almost seems like there's a smaller promise in there that should not be there. I'm gonna force it to reset. Maybe it'll send a few extra things on its way. So yeah, so now we have industrial iron on AutoCraft. Lord knows you need a bunch of it all of a sudden. Also, what is it? 3.5 stacks, right? Essentially, it's more like 3.25, well, 3 1/3 stacks. And then I believe it's actually, might actually be, okay, yeah, it's 1 per 2. So that means, if we need 3.5 stacks, that means we can get away with like 1 point, hang on. 1.75 stacks, okay. Makes sense. So for that, how much glass we got? I should probably have glass on AutoCraft. I should really have glass on AutoCraft. Because I need to put factory gauges into a category so I can find that easier. Yeah, so we do have sand up here. So let's send that into an automation here. Boop. Add new connection to sand. I'm not a fan of that. I think I can turn this. That's slightly better. And we want to do a stack at a time. Send to bulk smelter. Target of 8 stacks. Fuck it. Which probably is, again, going to drain our gravel supply, but oh well. We're apparently failing to craft transmitters. We're out of redstone. We're out of redstone. How do we get out of redstone? Damn. I'm gonna have to go around and find myself wherever Fork set up a redstone mine. I vaguely recall Fork saying he set up a redstone mine. I almost want to say it's this one down here. As it stands, it is not in my waypoints, I'd imagine. It's not currently in my waypoints. Yeah, that's a problem. I need to solve that. If I can't find Fork's redstone thing, I can go visit Olivia's base instead and grab her crimsite supply and grind that for redstone. That always works. I'm gonna put a temp waypoint here. We're gonna need to go west. We gotta figure out the overall palette for my, canal boardwalk. So I can start putting that up. See, I know this is copper. That much I remember. So the redstone is either here, here, or here. Actually, let me see if he's online. Or if he's shared. Probably just message him directly. Yeah, as it stands, he probably actually does also have a diamond miner, I think. So me getting diamonds isn't a huge deal either. It's mostly tough, I think, is the one actual material with scarcity on the server. I feel like if I do end up doing some sort of quote-unquote shop or economy for my chicken, I would probably actually just straight up use tough. But it'd be like singular blocks of tough to get like a stack of chicken type deal. I'm gonna have to hoof it, aren't I? I don't think there's gonna be a way around this. Nope. Everything over there in the west is just Stone Beach. Or maybe, hang on. Oh, okay, maybe it does have a way through for my boat. Also, my captions aren't working again. See if that fixes it, hopefully, eventually. Should I just like reset it, and then after a few seconds it fixes itself, but I don't know for sure. Unless I didn't actually reset it properly, who knows? Y'all are actually hearing me, right? I would hope so. I'd at least hope so. Yeah, okay, there goes the captions. There we go. I have to like fully disable it and then fully re-enable it to get it to work. Oh, except I am still going to have to hoof it. Looks like. Sad. Or I might be able to, but looks like potentially swamplands over to the west. I haven't gotten any response from work, though. I see some copper, though. Very surprised we chewed through... Oh, you know what chewed through my, I just now realized. You know what probably chewed through my redstone supply? It was probably... me pulling 30 electron tubes out of my storage. That's probably what did it. Bad guess. Okay, this is the redstone. Perfect. I'm straight up going to start dumping that into my backpack. And just think, eventually I'll be able to order this from the comfort of my own home without having to come all the way out here. You know, I am definitely going to need to have trains come down this way then. I was discussing earlier about whether or not my train station is going to be at Fork's base or at my base. I think placing it at my base is easier for routing because then I have less water to cover to get it back into line with the rest of the network. And I can have it send around this way. Oh, but the whole point was I wanted it to join back up over here. Interesting. Again, part of it is just that, like, I'll start figuring out what I want to do with that when I actually do... Let's hop into another. When I actually start getting train tracks placed is when I'll finally... Huh. That's interesting. Oh no. I seem to have pissed off the local population. Owie. Owie. Hold on. I'm in a bit of a pickle. I did not expect to get literally fucking jump scared. Blah. Don't those automatically pick up into my quiver? Cool, they did. Neato. Also, what a shitty nether portal. Oh, okay, here's where the path is supposed to be. Anyways. Chicken soup. Soup. Soup consumed. Why are you here, sir? Please leave me alone. Owie. Alright. I never did actually mark the, nether portal being there. Oh, fuck off. There's some fucking blazes. And you fuckers. And me getting lit on fire. Great. Please go to hell. Or, sorry. You are already in hell. But please do not be in hell whilst I am here. And stay in hell. Alright. Back home. Let's fix our redstone situation. There we go. I'll keep the bones, I guess. Alright. That's been cleared up. I've also got some copper core. Throw that in there. Alright, so now I should be fixing our redstone issue, thankfully. To make more transmitters. Again, I think the main thing that probably killed our redstone supply is the electron tubes. Those things are expensive. About a stack of redstone for 8 of them, and I took 30, so yeah, not surprising. get closer on that. Also, we should be ready to produce the stuff that we need for the industrial iron windows. I think this is enough. Let's find out. Ah, yes, that's right. I need to chisel it as well. Why are these marked as... That's weird. That's a weird visual glitch. I'm assuming it's marking red because of the... it not being able to... No, because, like... These are connected textures, so why... And you can't turn the connected textures off either. That's weird. I don't know why those are counted differently. Anyways. Actually chisel all. Darn, I'm gonna need 20 more of you. And there we go. Should be enough. Did that much? I have more than enough, actually. I have overcrafted that. That's fine, honestly. Need more of it later anyways. Alright. Did we already put... 480 is 7.5 stacks. Yes. That is enough for that. So now all we need is... I think I already put enough of the smooth stone in there, too. Sure did. Should have enough deep slate. I actually need 3 of each of these, so this needs to be 6 and 6. So this is where we go you. And you. Place you there. Actually, do that. So you need 6 chain drives. The gearboxes are all going to be vertical. Or not vertical, but normal. And we're just gonna do this the freeway. Easy peasy. Just start checking these off too. Once we know that we've got them settled. We already put the 1 stack of ornate windows? We did not. Get those handled. It's actually any glass. I didn't need framed glass to craft these. Oh well. So, it is once again a 3-to-2 ratio on the nuggets. Which means for a stack, we need a stack and a half of iron nuggets. exactly a stack and a half. And then we need half a stack glass. I think we are starting to run a little low on our gravel production. I can actually probably try and speed it up. So first of all, this goes to the bulk smelter. And then I'm just going to send 16 stacks over to our crusher to hopefully catch up on gravel. I have a feeling that, like, we're not crafting any new glass right now because our gravel is being eaten for iron production. Once again, I do actually need just a dedicated gravel generator. Oh, but that's right, I need 3 stacks of this, actually. So we need 2 more of these again. That means we basically need 3 stacks of iron ingots, or iron nuggets. And then a stack of glass. This should satisfy our requirements for ornate iron window. Done. Then, of course, we're going to need... I put that thing away too fast. Actually, I can take it out of the main storage. I need 12 belts. I need that. I need 30 shafts. Even though we'll probably need more because we need... In fact, you know what we're gonna need? We're gonna need a, what's it called? Rotation speed controller. We need a lot of things, actually, because we do also need to build the, we can wait on powering the, escalators. Because once we get the station platform built, the next thing we need to do is actually the, biofuel generators. And then the biofuel generator itself has its own steam engine, and we can use that steam engine to then also power the rest of the station's electronics. Not really electronics, they're all mechanics, but, you know. They'll be used for that. But take these. Though the rest, most of these shafts are actually in use for the belt itself. There's that as well. So we tick you, we tick you. We have all the stone we need. We should have all the deep slate bricks we need. We will need to kind of clear this once we actually get there and start placing the schematic. In fact, I'm gonna need to stick a table on this, a schematic table. Schematic table. Send these materials to me right now. Probably just put it directly under the schematic cannon here. Give me the super glue real quick. I need to get this with mending on it. At some point in the near future. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna start keeping this in my backpack. I'm gonna need to pull it out of the truck every now and then. We're not actually doing a print that requires... oh, shit. I'm not doing a print that requires... whatchamacallit? So... there we go. Yeah, have it be elevated off the ground a bit. That looks a little bit better. We'll need to place this schematic when we get there anyways. Alright, now let's get those copycats. I don't know if we have enough zinc for this. Hopefully we do. If not, Fork probably has a miner for it. So, we are going to need to multiply these numbers by 3. So we'll need basically 3 stacks of copycat steps, which I believe steps are 4 per ingot. So that means... actually, I could probably try and get a more accurate number, so we actually need 60 times 3 is 180. Divide that by 4, 45 ingots. Alright, we are gonna need more zinc. We're absolutely going to need more zinc. Make sure I don't have zinc in the system. No. Oh, we've got a bunch of zinc nuggets, though. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Compactor? Get the recipe for this. Move items. And just send all of that to the compactor. Please and thank you. It needed multiple packages for that. Alright, so that'll be a little bit more zinc for us, thankfully. I forgot that we wash our zinc ore, which means that it's all nuggets rather than ingots. That's fine. Alright. So, 4 to 5 ingots we want to turn into steps. Copycat steps. There it is. All the way at the bottom because it is a vanilla create block, as opposed to all the ones that I've added with the thing. Alright, and then so 98 copycat panels. 98 times 3. And 294, if we divide that by 4, it is not necessarily an even number. It's 73.5. That is a lot of zinc, though. We need 74 zinc. 1, 2, 3, 4. Send that here. See if I have any spare leftover copycats, though. I have, like, 3. I could have actually saved us 1 zinc, potentially, but... eh. That's right. I need to go to the bottom here. Dump that all in there. And it takes care of that. Last but not least is the copycat bite panels. What's the ratio on that? Bite panels. We get 16 per ingot. That's not bad. So 92 times 3 divided by 16. We get 17.25, round up to 18. Which is definitely a lot better than the others. So grab 18. So now we're down to 100 zinc ingot. Copycat bite panels. Alright, last but not least is the metal girders. We're gonna need a lot of these anyways. I think we actually have these on AutoCraft. I'm going to grab probably 4 stacks. We probably have it crafted up to 4 stacks, or currently automated up to 4 stacks. Allegedly. There it is. But yeah. We currently have 4 stacks automated. So grab these and let the system scrounge up some more of them. We're gonna need quite a few of these anyways because we have a lot of things in there where we want to use girders for decoration. Starting to run low on my coffee. Okay. In fact, actually, we're going to need a lot more copycat panels now that I think about it. So we're going to take a stack of zinc. We actually need quite a few more. I think we overcrafted on industrial iron windows, which is actually good because I think we need a bunch more for some of the stuff. So we'll take along a stack of zinc for extra panels. And then we are taking along a decent number of electron tubes that can be used for both train signals as well as the Nixie tubes. I'm going to be using the Nixie tubes to designate platforms. Last but not least, actually, we are going to need display boards. We need a lot of them. Season 1 stations used, or at least the main station that was at my base. I believe we had a 5x3 board. However, I want to have a larger board this time around for the main station. 5x3 is probably fine for all of the single platform stations, or like double-ish platform stations. But, for the central station of this season, we probably want a bigger board. We could go with a 7x4. I think should be sufficient. That means 28 display boards. And I can actually order that on the system, too. We want 28 display boards, which is going to cost us 14 electron tubes. It's not terrible, and we did just pick up a decent amount of redstone. So that should be solid. Except I am realizing we want 2 of those boards, don't we? We have 2 of those boards, 1 for each side of the station. Which means we need 28 more of those. I also had those sent to the workshop rather than sent to the crafter, but that's fine. Honestly, it's fine. probably just works out for us. Okay. We'll need to find a spot for that. I think at the moment we'll probably just have it be propped up on some extra girders. Speaking of extra girders, we craft them yet? Yes, we did. Very fast. I'm just gonna bring 8 stacks of girders with us. Again, about a little more than 3 of them will be eaten by the schematics. But we'll be using a lot more, especially to put up these display boards. I think temporarily what we're going to do is we're going to prop up the display board on top of the girders, which is going to require us to get some, do some creative work to get power up there. I mean, honestly, we could cheat and run some chain conveyors up from the like we have like chain conveyors bringing power up excuse me, from the underground of the station where we have the biofuel farm that is going to get its own steam engine, and then that chain conveyor can then convey power to the 2 display boards. We'll keep all of the escalator power underneath the platforms, though, I think. Okay. I do also need to figure out where the things are going to go. As it stands, when we make the biofuel farm, we need to make a bit of a we need to make a little bit of a logistics system where the farm itself will only take up 1 chunk, which will need to be chunk loaded or force loaded with open pack such that it gets random ticks. And I've been told because it's in spawn chunks, it should theoretically be loaded, but we will have to experiment with that to figure out whether or not we're going to need a traditional chunk loader, specifically so that the spawn chunks are actually loaded, because they can be not loaded if no player is in the dimension that it's in. But we will see whether or not that is the case if forced load is present. Otherwise, we should be able to just drop a vanilla Minecraft chunk loader. Well, even easier than that, because we can do we can use create belts to just send an item back and forth through a nether portal, and that should be sufficient for setting that up. We behind on gravel again. We are, but not hugely. We are back up on glass for now, so we're fine. Yeah, if I shave off some loaded chunks elsewhere in the base, I could probably just have a second chunk for the power station. That way we can have a second steam boiler. Allegedly, somebody had a netherrack farm, which I didn't realize you could do. Because I thought netherrack was, like, intentionally hard to have renewable. But anyways. So yeah, we got the display boards we need. We are going to need the actual display links, is the other big thing. That's right, I wanted to automate some brass casing. As long as we have... And actually, probably... Let me look over here. Let me look over here. Did we have this ready to automate? Ah, yes, that's right. I was going to say, like, hang on a second. Why don't we do this with a package? And then now I realize why it's doing that. It's because I wanted something that would feed the blaze burner with fuel. But I only wanted to do that when it's in demand, is the thing. Anyways, in that case. So, number one. We have coal, but I'd rather use charcoal. I have to remember... How much does this use again? I have a feeling one charcoal lasted it for a stack, but I could be wrong. We have 80 seconds. Yeah, I think that does mean about a stack we can get out of that. Anyways. But the problem is, do we have enough zinc for it? Is the question. Oh boy, we are in fact running low on zinc. I'm gonna need to go find that zinc farm. Oh, let's get rid of that temp marker out here. Remove. I can replace it with a new one called redstone. Of course, it should be red for the stone. Okay, zinc's over there. Got it. Let's head east. Eastwards to zinc. Once again, it will be so nice when we can have order system for this. Especially because, again, a couple of these you can do with just boating around. Unfortunately, zinc is one of them where I need to go to it. Ah! Emerald ore. Huh. Oh, did I get... Oh, wow. Armor trim, too. Neato. Until I haven't actually gone this way. I think previously I've tried to just boat there. But I think boating there is kind of inconvenient. It's possible, but inconvenient, and also I haven't mapped this area. Alright. It's zinc time, baby. Should be enough for now. Copper is very close to my base. Well, that's a much smaller capacity on that barrel than the others were. I think I will actually try and remap this area. Oh, hey, look, more zinc. Yeah, that's more gunpowder. He does not process his zinc to crushed ore. Or I think he does it to crushed ore, but he doesn't wash it for gunpowder. So I will take the gunpowder. They actually do have still like at least 1,000 copper, which it's what, 16 stacks? 16 times 64. That's basically 1,000. I'll probably still take some extra copper. Can't get quite so dark either. There's another mausoleum here. Wacky. There's also another outpost over there. Thankfully, not as close to the water as that other outpost was, but still. Yeah, I'm gonna swing by the copper. And then that way, we can just combine all of that, and we'll have ourselves plenty of zinc. Or sorry, plenty of brass, I should say. Oh, shoes on today. Huh. I see the evil and intimidating horse over there. Oh, hey, look, Fork actually responded. Well, it is the CatGirlCraft greeting of Miwo. Let me go this way. We really gotta get started building this dang, station. And train system. Yeah, I think the bit is that I might end up stealing Olivia's concept of a marine tube, honestly. That might even involve... How am I only just getting that? I've literally robbed the, like, you're supposed to have a candle holder here. I robbed that for the tavern. So how am I only getting that achievement now? That is weird. That's a weird one. Gotta admit. That's weird. Okay. I'm gonna throw this zinc in the crusher. Meanwhile, toss a stack of spruce logs into our smelter. And then, meanwhile, I snag not as much charcoal as I need. For my next operation. Do this. Add some extra. You can also just throw this stack in there so that it uses that on the blaze burner automatically. I think if I do these kind of staggered, it should work. Keyword should work. Once again, it would be nice to use a package saw on this. Oh boy, I think it is going to end up getting stuck. Maybe. Not quite. It isn't getting stuck, but it is being very inconvenient and wasting some of the coal power. I feel like this deployer should be using that charcoal by now. Blaze burner's running a little low. There it goes, okay. I was gonna say. Go ahead and grab another. Please. These here. Move them back over. I think this works well enough. I just don't like it. Also, I just fucked that up, but it's fine. Yeah, I think it does still go in order of stacks. In fact, I think what I can also do is I can also just get myself a step up. Actually, I don't want it to be like that because I can't access the blaze burner unless I got myself a stair. Can I chisel a cobblestone into a stair? No, I cannot. But I can probably... Why is there redstone in my stone cutter again? How does that keep happening? You know what? I want to use the stone brick stairs. So I need a temporary block here. That way I can still access that from there. Actually, I guess I can also access it from here, in that little crevice. Can't tell. It might actually be prioritizing the stuff in the barrel, which might fuck up the setup. I think I've absolutely fucked it up. For now, I'm gonna put this partial copper stack in there so it gets packaged and sent to my storage. How many stacks are left? 2 stacks. I'll leave 4 charcoal in the system. Meanwhile, I need... yes, now I have 1,000 brass. Sure. Yeah, take your book called Phantom. How are you doing? Oh yeah, I actually do have, like, 11 blocks of diamond. I wonder why that isn't showing up in precious minerals. I might need to find a attribute I can use so that it filters into precious minerals. I have a feeling I'm about to not be able to speak though. Yeah. I saw you. Hi, welcome.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Tactical repositioning requested.
Let's shrimp in a little bit. Thank you. Okay, finally, I'm allowed to speak again. What other things should be in this consideration. I guess redstone requesters. Excuse me. Could also lump together things like the threshold switches, unless I have another thing that already runs those. What other things are like in this sort of category of things I need to configure factory behaviors? Now, let me see. Let me see what's on this. What's on the item movement card? Frogports and packagers are on there. Got it. So I guess in that case, this is all. I guess so. Alright. We'll throw that in there. Call it factory automation. I do want... Well, no, precious minerals can go down. There. So now I'll be able to pull the factory gauges out a lot easier. And also the stock links. How come we don't have any frog ports? I wonder if we ran out of slime. We have 9 left, is the issue. Should probably make some more. Thing is, I only really have, like, manual crafting available for that. Also, it is raining, which is probably going to destroy the bit rate. Apologize greatly. Alright. Bet that's pretty awful, because the board isn't covered yet. Oh well. So I wanted to craft brass casings, which does require us to also have brass on. I'm gonna put brass here, and then brass casings here. Brass casing. Add a connection to you. Add a connection to you. You need a thing. Okay. You should be brass. Nice. Add a new connection to you. Let's go with 32 for now. Send to casing maker. Target value. Go 2 stacks for now. Oh, I fell. Then I do want to set up something for automating display links, which unfortunately I didn't actually take stuff with me for that. wasp right here. Now it's about to be... It's about to be nighttime, so... Food back. Yes, unfortunately I did fuck this up a bit. It's fine. There, so now I can have that finish that process. Probably also just throw another stack at it for now. Should hopefully not get stuck. Oh, somebody asleep? I think somebody slept. Cool. Almost didn't catch that. Okay. We did finish out all the materials we need. That's right, yeah, we put 8 stacks of metal girders in there. For everything that we need to do there. All of this in there for now. I think for now, the 1,000 brass we now have in the system should be enough. We'll just put the rest of this in here for now. Okay. That's right. I wanted to automate display links. So give me one of these. I have to take this addictive substance in controlled quantities. Don't sit here automating the entire fucking video game. But I think the idea was just that I was going to do right here, aligned with the transmitters and the casings. So I want display links. You. I think it's gotta be shape crafting, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. I don't think I could trust these in an unfiltered mixer either. It is actually shaped crafting, so does not matter. Use mechanical crafting. Send to auto crafter. Yep. And then let's go with we'll go with like 32. We don't actually need that many at all fucking times. Alright. Now our system can work on those. Fun stuff. Alright. Yeah, that's all mostly for making the station in place. But again, I am going to need a lot more materials in order to make the actual biofuel farm underneath. That's going to require a lot of materials, actually. Out of curiosity, I feel like I automated harvesters. Did I automate harvesters? Somebody got, crying obsidian. Interesting. Did I automate harvesters? I did not automate harvesters. I kind of want to automate harvesters. I feel like I use those just enough these days to want to automate that. It is the andesite alloy, iron sheets, and an andesite casing. Pretty easy. I don't want those automated because we need those for the biofuel farm. What else am I going to need? I should see if I have any screenshots of the biofuel farm so that I can kind of get an idea of the things that I need. This is still a spaghetti mess. I'm gonna end up putting this here. Let's get the connections we need. Use mechanical crafting. Auto crafter. We'll go with probably actually 64, honestly. Shouldn't need more than a stack, but I feel like if I did less than a stack, I might run into some situation where I need several farming things. Alright. What next? What next? Should have auto crafting on some of the materials. Actually, we don't. I just realized we don't have auto crafting on any of the plumbing materials. So I should probably set up a filter for that. Send me this. So I can put plumbing stuff on this. Stuff from that. And just go at create real quick. We want fluid pipes, mechanical pumps, smart fluid pipes, fluid valves. I don't need the valve handles, mostly because there's multiple colors you can get of that. Those fully, and the fluid tanks is the important things. Because that will be necessary. Portable fluid interfaces, even though I hate them. Steam engines. Oops. I think I won't put steam engines on there because that's more of a power thing. I think that's it for plumbing stuff. Yeah, should be. I mean, actually, okay, we can put sprinklers on that, actually. That is a plumbing thing, for sure. Can't wait to use those, honestly. I have some interesting ideas for sprinklers, I think. I have to figure out... the thing is, I've already kind of designed what the best layout for the biofuel generator is going to be at the moment. However, in the near future, I could upgrade it. The upgrade I want to do is, right now, I still have to dedicate a couple of lines to water sources, but we could theoretically use a sprinkler to skip having to have water sources, and that would be amazing. That is just a straight up hack right there. It'll also be useful when we do our chicken restaurant stuff. But yeah, so that should be our plumbing thing. I'm doing it again. This stupid joke I do every time. Every fucking create series. I'm a diploma. And we have nothing that matches I'm a diploma. So, we only have one factory gauge left. I need to craft some more, because we want to get some auto crafting done on some stuff. Let me actually do factory gauge. Craft a stock link and precision mechanism. We're gonna craft 8 of those. Alright, go upstairs. Considering that you just did Who is Cutting Onions achievement, I feel like Shu and Iris might be in the Nether, so they might be not available for whatchamacallit, but oh well. But man, I've gotta start extending this again. Alright. I'm gonna prepare. I don't think I can craft these outside of automated shaped, so I'll just set these up like this. Not bad. Use mechanical crafting. As such, it goes to auto crafter. And standard toolbox material, 4 stacks. We'll also need to do the same thing with tanks. Tanks is going to be interesting. I think we go across here. So I believe... Yes, it's a barrel plus 2 copper sheets. So we come across from there. That's actually not as bad. Well, it's going to be bad because then we have to have barrels go down this way. Oh well. Alright. Tank goes in here. Add connection to the sheets. Add connection to barrels. Can I adjust that to be less jank? Slightly less jank. I guess the only other thing that the barrels go to is the vaults, so I guess that works. Alright. And I think it is only mechanical crafting. We did look at that, yeah, so... Auto crafter. Save and close. And as it is a toolbox item, we want 4 stacks on demand. I should set up an array of things to auto stock in a toolbox. So that's going to be doing all that. It's going to take its sweet ass time with this because it's all auto crafter. And we've also got to craft more barrels. Why do we only have 64 barrels? Let's change that to just 2 stacks. That should really be 2 stacks, especially now that we're doing both vaults and those. We should be crafting more barrels. That's gonna really put our assembling machine to to the test. I say that, except it sounds like only 2 of them are going still. Like if we're crafting this much stuff, we should be seeing all 3 of them light up. Oh well. Ain't dropping out. Let's also mine up more of this. Actually, we can just put our tools back in our backpack so that we auto swap. We only need the tools in our inventory for the wand. I really do need to get that bamboo farm sorted. Problem is that, like, I really need, like, a proper building that has all of the, like, botanical stuff handled. And I need that to be, like, properly sci-fi styled. I don't really have a great reference from that, from Ratchet and Clank at least. So I have to really go off the cuff with it, which I'm not amazingly confident on. But it is doable. This stands might be something I end up doing on the other side of our canal. So I want it to be along here. Though doing it on the other side of the canal does make it harder to communicate our stuff to it. As it stands, the other side of the canal could probably be where we put, like, quote-unquote shopping things. Yeah, I am gonna have to figure out. I think the thing about doing a marine tube is that that does require us to have ocean monument beat. I might just, like, convince Olivia to come on and help me with that, but in order to do that, we are gonna need serious netherite. I might just go ask Fork what his netherite situation is. He might have managed to find a netherite miner. Or a, you know, ancient debris, ore vein, potentially. I vaguely recall him searching for one recently. I don't know if he actually was successful in it, though. Also, you know, I feel like I could actually rotate this sideways, this, and that actually kind of gives him the illusion of being connected. Let me also turn... Why are you off? Oh, because you're in the nether. That makes sense. Okay. There's nether diamond? Interesting. Although it might just be a, another portal waypoint to the diamond farm. I'd have to look into it. But, which is, again, part of the reason why we don't have a economy based on diamonds, because we have pretty easy diamonds from the ore miners, which I thought were going to be a lot harder for people to get into, but apparently Fork has proven me wrong, so that's kind of a thing. We need to start... Well, I don't think it's necessarily that slab crafting is slow. That's right, because we have it in the filtered saw now, so we should have it very fast. Oh. Okay. Oh. They never give me any fucking time to say bye to them. What the fuck? They hate me. They hate me so much. I do actually want to autocraft whatchamacallins as well. We want mechanical pumps on autocraft. Which I think you can actually do mixer for. You can actually do... Wait, there isn't a shaped crafting... Wait. Why isn't there a shaped crafting? Hey. Why isn't there a shaped crafting recipe for that? Hold on. Apparently I can use mechanical crafting. According to this, I can use mechanical crafting. Allegedly. But was telling me that it doesn't have it, but we'll see. It is a toolbox craft, which means I do want it on 4 stacks. As much as, technically speaking, normally I would just craft them on the spot anyways, but... Alright. We'll see if it actually crafts. No longer have the wives on the server, so I've got to do my own sleeping. Which is fine. We have started getting mechanical pumps, so allegedly that's working. Though I think because we have a bunch of other things being crafted in here, it's taking its sweet time. Excuse me. I burped it. It's possible I might just need, like, a second fucking, autocrafter setup, just to kind of split the load a little bit better. That might work, honestly. What will probably happen is I might just put it right next to the thing on the other side. Have another... This is gonna get replaced anyways in a bit. So it'd just be another chain conveyor here, leading to a assembling machine over here. That would be the idea. Now we could get a little bit faster auto-crafting. Just because it is not utilizing that thing nearly as much as it could be. I also wonder if I could add a second frog port in there to trick the system into sending more auto-craft packages to it. Just because, again, this third one is not getting used. Even the second one's not getting used that much, even though we definitely have a lot of auto-crafting going on right now. And that's partially because we're only sending only as much as it thinks one crafter can handle. Can I stack frog ports? Serious question. Can I stack frog ports? And does that fucking work? I need to experiment with that. Hang on. Because in theory, the frog port would interact with the inventory below it. Except it might not if the frog port has a name. Keyword might not. So we've got a barrel here. What if... Hold on. So... I'm not sure if I could fit in something in here such that the barrel accepts from two frog ports side by side. You know what we could do? We could just get a double chest. We could. And then that way we could put a second frog port right here. Both of them are in the double chest. And then we just have the one repackager coming off of the double chest. And that should theoretically work. But if also, in theory... You know what might also be happening is that we might also have an issue where we're not able to send as many packages. We might actually be having a choke point here where we only have the one frog port able to send. What if we replace this chute? We could replace this chute with a double chest. That might actually help. At which point then we could have two frogs sending packages. Maybe. I think overall we're gonna have a bit of a rough time. There are now up to 2 stacks of tanks, 3 stacks of fluid fights. What I am gonna need now, you know what? I am gonna have to go look at. Nobody else is on the server, so I can go ahead and disconnect real quick. I want to look at my sandbox world real quick. I am just going to straight up stick a stressometer on this thing and find out what it's taking up. So let me get rid of that so it stops doing that. So I need to find somewhere around here, ain't it? Here it is. Whee! There it is. So here's the design. Here's the biomass pellet farm. Which, annoyingly, hasn't been turned back on. I wonder if that... Oh, I probably just turned it off for the moment. Probably. Alright. We got a level... I built this for a level 9 boiler. The real question is, do we need a level 9 boiler? And to find out, let's just stick... Where is it? I am blind. It's here somewhere. Where the hell is it? Wait, where's the stressometer? Welcome back, Amy. Bought the right rifle, actually. What's that mean? Where the hell is the stressometer? Am I going insane? You could say that this is stressing, yeah, but I can't. There it is. I might be blind. That's probably the easiest fucking... I already have a stressometer here! What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? You're 5% of this level 9 steam engine, so yeah, we don't necessarily need a level 9. In fact, we could probably get away with... How much is that? Because that is... 147456. 147456 minus 138752. 138752. That is 8.7k stress units. So I'd say a generous value would probably be 10k. I was thinking, linking it to a friend, and noticed it doesn't just have a 416 style herring guard, but also the sights. Oh. It's meant to be a 416 without the branding. Oh. It's the Ami gun then. Congratulations on getting Ami gun. So yeah. So I'm gonna have to go look up what the sort of ratio of steam engines is. Because I don't know if it's directly related to how many steam engines you put on it, because I know for a fact a singular steam engine is 2048, which is definitely not enough. Oh, this isn't the crate like I wanted. I unfortunately need the stupid fandom one. Steam engine. Yeah, that's not very useful. 2048 or 16384 per steam engine. Yeah, allegedly 4 can give you 65k. Hold on. In theory, a level 1 should only get 2048, unless I'm missing something. Let's find out. See if we can get away with a singular steam engine. Boy howdy, that's going to revolutionize how this design works. Alright, active steam engine level 1 or higher, a boiler must have 4 blocks per heat level. Level 1 boiler must have a tank made of at least 4 fluid tank blocks. I'm not sure if I would look good with blue hair, though, in real life. Alright. Probably do a little bit of cheating on this. So... put you here, we put you here. We are going to need water. And then we need fluid pipe. I'm gonna do this as lazy as possible. Mostly because I am doing a minor experiment. As such, we're just gonna straight up run creative motor. And we will run it at maximum fucking speed, because I do not give a shit. Crank that. He's currently saying passive. We'll go ahead and run you out here. So yeah, it's currently generating 2048. Now, what happens if I feed a charcoal to you? It does actually kick up to 16384. This is the minimum setup that we need for the train station. You know what else that means? We can get away with, like... Normally we need 15 for 9. I actually go 16 by 9 usually. So if we want to get the ratio on that, 16 divided by 9, that is, of course, 1.7. 2 cauldrons of lava will handle that just fine. And that's tiny. And 16,000 is literally twice as much power we need for the biofuel generator. And in theory, we could even extend this out to have 2 engines with 2 blaze burners. And at that point, we would have twice as much power as we need for... what are those black dots in the distance? They're track signal things for some reason. Something has fucked those up. That's weird. That should be these. Why are... Strange. They're still, like, marked. Oh, that's weird. Why is that doing that? That's cursed. It's very cursed. I'll see if that's a active bug report or not. I did lose power because I stopped looking at it. Yes, I guess if it's not a passive boiler, as long as the one blaze burner is lit, it works. Interesting. So we literally only need... I'll probably throw in 2 of them just in case. And at that point, we throw 4 lava cauldrons, 2 blaze burners, and that handles it. In theory, we could also skim off the top of the actual biofuel generator, and that probably wouldn't be a huge deal. Possibly. I can't remember what the numbers were for this. I think it was like 30 trains. Nah. It's like 31 in total, and then 1 biofuel is used to power the thing that makes the biofuel. It needs a heated cauldron, or heated basin to do the mix for one of the parts. I think it is the biofuel. Yeah, so the biofuel thing here requires heat. I think the setup gave us about 60 trains worth. Out of curiosity. Okay, so... Did I remove the cart assembler from here? I must have. And it hasn't broken the contraption yet. That's probably fine. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, if we got in a sprinkler, then this line right here, as well as this line, could be crops. We just use a sprinkler to wet them instead of having water sources. Sprinkler irrigation would literally, like, make this... I mean, it'd be... 12... 14... That's like a 15% bump in productivity, which is actually not bad. 12 to 14, man. 14 divided by 12? Yeah, 16%, 17% technically. Rounded up. 17% bonus in production does sound pretty nice. That's, Oh, wait, hang on. I miswrote that. 30 times 1.167. That's 5 more trains. That's 5 more trains. Possibly even a little bit more than that, because I only put in 30, but this technically makes like 31. The ratio of like 31 biomass pellet per 1 biomass pellet. The time that it runs for. So yeah, a level 2 steam engine can power this farm, and then if we need to stack another farm on top, which I doubt we'll need more than 35 trains, for sure. Then we can potentially put another level to it, basically. You just do like 2 floors, basically. And like, even then, the actual crafting process of the biomass pellet is inconsequential in terms of throughput to the amount of crops we are getting to power that. But anyways, whilst we are here, we can get a sort of a resource list, right? To figure out what all we're gonna need to get this crafted up. We can just have this run, and we can have some signals to turn some of this stuff off depending on if we fill up our main storage. So we're definitely going to need several vaults. This is a 9x4 vault here, and then a 4x3 here. This is for the crops, I believe. So I do think, you know, we could have, instead of the one big vault storing both types of crops. Then again, I don't think that'll actually make that much of a difference. If it ends up filling it with one crop, it'll be fine. Both crops are essentially sort of the same value. In theory, it shouldn't fill up. Or at least not, like, cause waste of crops if it fills up. So I think we can just use the singular item vault. There's no way for it to not be able to put out 16 at any time. So yeah. So it'll probably take about, I think a stack of vaults should handle us just fine for this system. Because we have the 9x4, will be 36. 4x3 is just going to be 12. That combines to less than a stack of vaults, so a stack of vaults should be fine. I'm going to try and get a bit of a shopping list together, though. Start our shopping list. 64 vault. I do still want the fluid tank. I think we'll just take a... We take a plumbing toolbox that's full of all of its stuff. We should have everything we need. We probably will need to make sure that we automate spouts. I'll actually go ahead and plug that into the thing. Have spouts automated to fill our toolbox. Depots that can craft on hand. We are going to need a mechanical arm. At least one mechanical arm is needed. Oh, that's right, we need 2, because we have this thing that feeds the blaze burner. I did not want to have to do a, like, smart system for this. So it kind of just has the belt funnel into a depot here for the mechanical arm to grab. So we are going to need 2 mechanical arms. We want a total of 3 blaze burners, 2 for the steam engine, and then 1 for the basin. 3 BBs. Which in total we are going to need 2 basins, a mixer and a presser. Actually, 3 basins. 3 basins, 2 pressers, 1 mixer. The plumber thing can handle this. We are going to need 1 rotation speed controller there. We'll need a 2nd rotation speed controller for the above ground mechanisms. So 2 RSDs. And what are we gonna need for the harvesters? We'll need 14 harvesters in total. 14 Harveys. I was going to say we do need a vault for there, but that should be covered. But the rest of it, we are going to need portable storage interfaces. In fact, we don't just need these 2 PSIs. We also need PSIs for each of the stations. Because the idea is supposed to be that we deliver these biofuels to the trains so that it can run. And as such, we need a total of 10 portable storage interfaces. 8 for the stations, and then 2 for the actual farm. Shouldn't need any more than that, so we'll need to make sure that we need that. I almost never actually have a bunch of portable storage interfaces on me at any time. Water wheels we're going to need, but we could probably also craft... Oh, we need 2 rotation speed controllers. I forgot. Well, actually... See now... The real question is... How much do we need... This is running at 192. How much do we need for a level 2 is the question. What do we have with water here? That's level 1. 64? 64 gets us level 3. $48 gets us level 2. 48. Now, 64 is a multiple, or a power, which means that we can easily reach it if I do water wheel. Well, a large water wheel, probably, because that's going to be the better power. Water will give us 4 RPM. If we want 64 RPM to get our level 3. Which, 64 RPM should be enough for the mechanical arm to supply 2 blaze burners with lava. That's fine. Oh, you know what? We are going to need the lava, though. We need 4 cauldrons, dripstones. Come on. 4 cauldrons, dripstones. Buckets of lava. And orange concrete decoration. To, you know, broadcast that there's lava there. With the 1 rotation speed controller coming out of the steam engine, plus the 1 rotation speed controller for the upstairs stuff, the escalators. The escalators should have 64 RPM. I want the boards to be instant, therefore I'll probably have the boards be, you know what else? I may also consider installing Create Railway Navigator, which gives us some electronic boards, which don't need rotation speed or rotation power. But I don't know, I still go back and forth on whether or not I actually want that on the server. So yeah, we need 4 of each of those. Oops. And of course, we need two steam engines. Alright. Probably don't need a display link, but it would be nice. And a smart observer. We are, of course, going to need chain conveyors, chains. We have to automate chains. I need to make sure chains are being automated. How much time do I have? 4 hours. I could go for another hour. Possibly even a little bit longer. I have a lot of stuff to catch up with this. Of course, it's nighttime when I join. Alright. So we want to automate... What was it I just said I needed to automate? I can't believe I've already forgotten. Let's see, oh, right, chains. I remember now. I remember now. I remember now. It's like that right here. And yeah, it's ingots and nuggets. New connection to you. New connection to you. I'm assuming it is only automated shape crafting. Great, of course. Mechanical crafting. Descend to auto crafter. As such, we want 4 stacks. It is a toolbox item. As such, 4 stacks. So we need that automated. What else do we have running right now? We still have gravel. Let's have it just dump a bunch of cobblestone into our crusher to catch up on that. Try and get that run a little bit faster then. Probably order that again. Also got some crushed raw zinc. Let's send that to Bulk Washer. Okay. Let that handle itself whilst we go back and continue working on our shopping list. in general, we want to make sure that we are up on all of our toolbox supplies. We're also going to need a lot of glowstone. I forgot about this. That's going to be a pain. Unless we have another light block we could potentially use. I mean, redstone lamps are still require glowstone. Theoretically use potion of night vision, which requires golden carrots. And per golden carrot, we get a bucket of night vision. Oh, that might be, hang on. 1,000 divided by 25? 40 glowstone. 40 glowstone per golden carrot? Not a bad deal. The more annoying part is getting all of the netherrack. I wonder if this is how, what's-his-face is doing the netherrack farming. That might be doable. It'd take a bit of a setup, though. I don't know what would be faster. Having to set up, going into the nether and having to manually mine a bunch of glowstone, or, setting up a brewing station to get, potion of night vision and pouring a bunch of that onto some netherrack. I don't know which of those would be faster. I know which one might be less annoying and have to require less RNG and me having to figure out where everything is in the nether. And uses technically renewable materials. Or at least sustainable materials. I think overall my shopping list might be done. For now. We should have enough tanks. We've already figured out how much steam engines we're going to need. I am going to need to make sure that I have enough of the belt funnels. I'm gonna need filters, actually. I should only need the 2 filters, though. Attribute filters. Make sure I have 2 attribute filters. 2 attribute filters. The rest are either singular item filters, such as the lava bucket supplier over there. This one is just any item, but it's limited to 16. That should be it. did already line in 3 blaze burners, I believe. We'll obviously need plenty of the item drains for transport. A lot of the other things are going to be toolbox materials. We are, of course, going to need a cart assembler in my cart. And probably about a stack of power rails. Redstone stuff. Dirt. And carrots and beetroot. How much dirt do you think we can get? I will need to keep stairs in here until I get everything ready with sprinklers. Because I don't want to have to complicate this setup when I've already kind of tested this to work. And probably get the stairs that we need just from materials nearby. You know what? So we are going to need another cauldron with lava in it. So actually I'm going to do... I would actually need a couple extra... Maybe... No. That should be fine. One extra cauldron and lava bucket for trash. That's necessary for that. Water wheels I can craft on my own. As long as I bring enough wood with me. And also, again, there's a good chance. Where's the... So... These are all off of the water wheel thing, right? Yeah, because they're definitely not spinning at 192. We have 128 SU, 256 SU. These are 512 each. Let's see. Oh yes, that 256 SU is the water pump. This one's the lava pump, that's 512. 2 water wheels? We do have 4 here. We can get away with 2 water wheels though, if we yeah, we have 2 water wheels when we run this at 64 RPM instead. And for 64 RPM, starting at 4 RPM of the water wheel, we go up 8, 16, 32, 64. We need 4 gear ratios. Manually. Which is doable. Okay. I think our shopping list is complete. I think our shopping list is complete. Let's try and get everything together for it. I don't know off the top of my head if I have pressers on Autocraft, though. Now I have at least iron blocks on Autocraft. Doubtful on the pressers. If I look at things that are... There is Nothing connected to iron blocks at all? I see. Also, we are still working on those chains. I do need to make sure we have more chains. We also need more frog ports. The idea is going to be, we have, also gonna need to set up just, like, in general, a mail station that sits, at spawn. Again, in theory, if, spawn's always loaded, then we don't need to worry about the, logistics station at spawn, not being loaded and then gumming up the, rest of the logistics system. That shouldn't be a problem. In theory, at least. Okay, but yeah, of course, still having issues with gravel. Let's toss some more gravel the system's way. I do need a dedicated gravel system. Yeah, I do think I can get away with shunting it over here and having a second steam engine. We might be able to fit it in with the cobblestone farm, potentially. I do still need to, like, move the cobblestone farm into here so that we can actually see how that fits. But that is definitely a off-stream thing. For right now, let's get that shopping list sorted. First things first, I'm gonna put my plumber toolbox out here, as well as my mechanical. I'll just put all 4 of my toolboxes out, and make sure that these are all topped off. We are low on frog ports. Understandable. Not super low on chain conveyors, but could definitely use a few more. It is large cogwheels and a few andesite casings for 2 of them. I'll grab about half a stack for us to top off, but we have something important to discuss. We need slime. I don't think anybody has slime on deck at the moment. But I do have plenty of green dye. What I'm going to do is... I got plenty of white dye. Send this to my location. And the other thing that we are going to need is... I'm just going to grab a stack of bone meal. Go ahead and craft these. Top that off in here. Alright. Here's how we're going to solve the slime ball issue. Technically speaking, I could also go over to Olivia's. I think she might have a bunch on her. We're gonna do this instead. Did I just break it? I might have accidentally hit left click somewhere in there. take all of this wheat and stuff it in our crusher. We got even more wheat seeds. Should have something that automatically pumps this in there. Oh, but you know what we are gonna need? So, I need these beetroot seeds. Easy. How did both of those do 0? They changed something about beetroots? How did both of those do 0? That's weird. We need carrots, though. Wait. Truck. Carrots. Awesome. I could probably also just keep those in the truck for now. Can I... No, it goes to red dye, that's right. Unless I can crush them. Get more beetroot seeds, potentially. Do I already have beetroot in the system, is the question. I do. I can actually send those to crushing. Also got a carrot in there. And I'm gonna need a specific amount of a lot of these materials, of course. That's the wrong thing. Whoops. I put it in the output barrel instead of the input barrel. That might be stupid. It's not brushing. Whilst I'm here, I do want to run this. Then I grab... Actually, I think I need to send this to process first, right? Yeah, I need to bulk wash our wheat. Here it is. Take the wheat flour, send it to the bulk washer. I don't think I had any existing dough. Let's also order some more gravel. Get out of there. So I'm imagining it's the gravel that's suffering right now. Did we get our dough yet? Here it is. Send that here. Boom, boom. Slime. There we go. And then... what do I need for thing again? Andesite alloy and iron vault. Alright. Order me a stack of item vaults. I'm gonna stack andesite alloy. Send to workshop. Now I shall have a stack of frog quartz. Awesome. Let's order up some of that chain. Just enough to top off my toolbox. We need quite a few more packagers too. Why did these trucks end up over there? Aggravating. Hang on. Save time real quick. 16 automated? To be fair, I mean, we should be able to bump that to 64. Alright, still doing good on redstone, thankfully. That's right. Actually, I will keep this redstone on me. I also got a smithing template, I forgot about that. And also crush that emerald ore. Right? Is that... Right, it does crush. Okay, and then... Got a armor trim, and one of those. Let's see if we've got... We do have a beetroot seed, by the way. Also grab this carrot. Grab whatever we can to get the system ready. Why has this stuff not gotten here? There it is. It took a little while. Our system is a little backed up down there. Gotta be a way for me to improve that. Maybe. So. Total of 5 carrots, 6 beetroot seeds. We need, like, technically 12 we could get away with temporarily, but 14 would be preferable. Now... almost enough beetroot seeds. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and grab another stack of bone meal. Allegedly. We actually just, like, grab these bones and grind them up. Apparently, I don't have a whole lot else. Where did these bones come from? Why did I get 2 bones from something else? Crush that shit down. More bone meal. Go. And give that to me. Yeah, as I was saying, we need 14 carrots and 14 beetroot seeds. Well, actually, we need a lot more than that. We need a lot more than that, actually. Okay, what I'm gonna need to do is set up most of it, but then I'm gonna need, like, a system that holds on to, like, a stack of each of them so that I can plant. Because we need to plant all of the crops. Because it'll take a while to get to where we need to be with it. There's seeds. Alright. Going to replace... should actually just replace all of this flax, because we have an automated farm for it now. Alright, so that helps with that. Spam the rest on this. Get at least a little bit more of the beetroot going. And I can crush the rest of the beetroot. Do I have any more beetroot in here? Nope. In that case, go to the crusher here. It's a small chance, but I need not the address bar. No seeds, huh? 10% chance off of 12. Hoping to at least get one. I'm totally sure about that. I got the red dye. I guess so. Oh well. How much do we have in here? Oh yeah, that plus the 13. That's not bad. Alright. Dump all of these in there for now. Do I have anything else I needed to automate off the top of my head? Probably not. I'm gonna clean these and put them in the storage system for now. And then, what I'm gonna need is, we needed 2 mechanical presses. Needed a mixer. We actually had mechanical presses in there. Whoops, oh well. In order to make a mixer, we need a whisk. So we need to send this to us. I'm actually just straight up send this stuff back in the system and just grab the 2 mechanical presses we need. We'll still got a mechanical arm already. We'll grab that. Come on. But then we'll make a second one. Deliver that to us. And press R on this to get the recipe for that. Cool. Right, so. Whisk. We need cogwheel and a casing. We should probably have those casings somewhere more accessible in the filter. Be nice if I could just like click a button to fix my setup here. Alright. Back to our shopping list. Two pressers and this mixer. Blaze burners we're gonna need 3 of those. Now, of course, going to need 14 harvesters. I think we already got the vaults we needed. No, we did not. Give me a stack of vaults. That's going to really stress the factory's production. I am coming up on time, though, unfortunately. Which sucks, but oh well. Alright, so those are the materials for that. That's blaze burners. And the vaults. Oh, that's right, I wanted spouts automated because I wanted this toolbox to be filled. So you know what? I will grab... Oh, that's right, I haven't filtered now. I think I might need more. I'll actually take them all out, just in case. Because I need... Man, my factory is busy sending things. It took that a while to get here. Because I need copper casings, which is an ingot and the thing. Just gonna have to go here. Shitty place for it, but whatever. Add new connection to copper, and then add a new connection to the wood. That's why it's a shitty spot. I think we can make it slightly less shitty by doing that. There we go. That's slightly less shitty. And we want to send this to casing maker at 32 a pop. At which point we do 4 stacks. It's also technically a toolbox craft. And thankfully it's in a casing maker. It's not going to be limited by the speed of the auto crafters. From there, we then need spout. So I believe spout is just a copper casing and a one of these, the dried kelps. Which I guess that means we put it kind of on that line. Maybe we don't. Alright. Spout. Just confirm. Yep. Connect you. And connect you. Not the greatest routing. What else does this go to? Let me see if we can cycle this to look better. That looks better already. Alright. I think we need to use the chemical crafting here. Yeah, because it's shaped, I think. Sure is. And so we want that to go to AutoCrafter. I should only need about 64, actually. It is a toolbox item, but it is not a high priority toolbox item. 64 at best is what we're looking at for that. Unfortunately, we did end up running out of bamboo on that side. Oh well. Still plenty of cardboard blocks. But we do need to more of those to restock our stuff. Give me a stack of that. We are also low on shoots. So let's grab that. Low on andesite funnels. Should probably have that on a higher autocraft. Got some depots that we could probably use. Let's do an auto return all. Auto return all. Our system is a little busy to send us our depots. had depots anywhere, but for now we'll leave it with that. This is probably enough fast funnels. But just enough, or just in case, I'm going to grab 10 crafts worth of more. Oh wait, that's right, we also need dried kelp for that as well. I really need to automate kelp as well. We're probably using up a lot of kelp right now. Our system is busy. Alright, so that's decently topped off there. Could probably use a few more item drains. We got any iron bars? Can they hold my soul in? Do not appear to have any iron bars. Give me 6 iron ingots. Also, hand me a stack of copper casings. Hopefully you're not running low on anything that's stopping our copper casings from being crafted. Casing maker. Why are you busted? Excuse me. Why do you have logs? Excuse me? Not tagged stripped logs. Why did you get stripped logs if I specifically fucking set that to not send logs? What the fuck is wrong with you? What happened here? What happened to all the logs? Why did it not send enough logs? Wait, did I fuck something up? Hold on. It should be sending all of that. Hold on. Fuck. How did it fuck that up? It just deleted logs? I don't understand. How did it fuck that up? That's making copper casings again. I'm going to cancel all of its current crafts. How the fuck did that happen, though? So it sent the copper, but then it didn't send... What the fuck? Why did it... I'm so pissed. Why is it putting... Why? Is not tagged stripped logs. This should be... What is going on here? It's sent down there. It's tagged stripped logs. Which means it should be going down there. Which it did. This is an allow list. Wait. Oh, hang on a second. No, I definitely fucked this up. Hold on, hold on. No, I fucked this up. This needs to be a deny list. Add attribute, and... create casing, add attribute. This needs to be a deny list. That's probably what fucked it up. It was working before because it only had the one slot. However, when I changed it to allow, whatchamacallit, where's my... When I changed it to do train casings, I think it fucked itself up. Anyways. That also means that, yeah, okay, so... Let's go upstairs, reset that, and hopefully that should be fixed. Thankfully there's no orders for fucking andesite casings, because that would also be fucked up. Alright. Hopefully that's unfucked. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to be running. Yep. Sure is. That's annoying. Can't believe it took me this long to figure that out. Well, that's fixed. And we ran out of cardboard. Sad. Let's cut down some more of this bamboo then. And this time it'll be bamboo that we send straight into the system rather than keeping for the platform. And we'll just have all of that sent into the system from that frog port. And hopefully we'll make it a little bit more. Okay, so now that we've fixed the issue with casings, I can now grab... Wait, didn't I already? I did grab a stack already. There we go. So now I have a few more item drains. That should hold us for now. Might need some more smart chutes. Possibly even some more threshold switches. Do we need brass tunnels in that? I don't think we need brass tunnels. Unless we do. I might actually need to go check. Can I check real quick? Single player. I don't think we do. I might have thrown a brass tunnel in there somewhere to do throughput measuring, but I think the throughput is too slow for the measuring to be accurate. Nope, doesn't look like there's any tunnels at all. So we're fine on that. Should be covered. Alright. Back here, hoping that nothing else is broken with our base to do the rest of our shopping. We got plenty of chutes, plenty of funnels. I don't actually think we need smart chutes off the top of my head. But, say, brass funnel doesn't need... If we're going into a portable storage interface, brass funnel should be fine. It's usually coming out of a portable storage interface when brass funnels are buggy. Actually, I think they might have fixed that. They might have fixed that. I actually don't remember if I saw that in the changelogs or not. I'd have to go check the changelogs again. We got the big patch. I don't know for sure if it was fixed. But now... I didn't actually put spouts in Plumber. I thought I did put spouts in Plumber, but apparently I didn't. It's showing up in processing machines. Unless it's like a priority system. Shouldn't be surprised. Alright, so we grab that. Grab that. And that. EX are definitely gonna need another stack of this, probably. Not entirely sure if we need more than a stack of tanks. That should be enough for us. We do still need those 2 steam engines, though. I believe the steam engine is block of copper. So we're gonna need this much copper. Our system is very busy right now, so... Two blocks of copper, specifically. I have to remember what it is. And that I like golden sheet. Okay, I actually was on the right track there. So 2 golden sheets, 2 andesite alloys. It's taking it a second because we have so many other things going on right now. I might need to address that sometime in the near future. We do already currently have 2 rotation speed controllers. I'd like to get a 3rd, though. You know, I'll do like... I'm gonna craft like 10 more. Do that. Do that. 10 RSCs. That's right, we do need still... glowstone. I might need to take care of the glowstone off stream. Yeah, putting that in there. Steam engines in my backpack for now. Alright, what else do I got? Some steam engines. We got the harvesters, rotation speed controllers, cleared. We got spouts cleared. Basins. I feel like they're in processing machines, so we probably don't have them. Maybe, what, 3 of them? We'll go with 4, just in case. I don't know why I ordered andesite when I have andesite on me. One, two, three, 4. Just in case we need another. But one thing we are gonna need is 5 cauldrons. So that's 35 iron. man, I might need a little note block whenever the barrel for workshop receiving gets something, so that when we're having this sort of very busy system, it'll handle, or it'll let me know. Okay. 5 cauldrons. So I need a handful more buckets. I don't know if I've got buckets in the system. No? Send me like 10 more iron. I'm definitely not gonna get anywhere cool on stream tonight. But for once, I might be kind of motivated to work on this off stream tonight, rather than immediately going and doing whatever. Right. Actually, what I can do is I can go downstairs to my lava machine and have it give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. We are going to need the dripstone, of course. We only need 4 dripstone. And we'll also need a bunch of orange concrete. That's concrete, baby. I feel like we have orange concrete around here. We sure do. I'm gonna grab a stack of that. And then I'm going to need... Where is my dripstone at? Oh, it's probably in the truck already. Sure is. Alright. Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom, and I think once I come out of the bathroom, I'm just gonna need to, wrap stream up, I think. So, I am gonna go ahead and disconnect. I will be right back, and when I get back, I'm gonna go, don't leave anywhere. We are gonna go drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. But I'm gonna BRB, also go to the bathroom, and we'll come back and we'll do that. BRB. Okay, your turn. This has been the quietest Minecraft stream I've seen. I mean, like, we did have A Squared drop in. Crazy Stewie came over, but mostly just lurked after saying hi. And then nothing else. A little wacky. But, okay, so, we're gonna drop in on a friend of ours. Let me do the usual plugs. Y'all know the drill. As far as stream schedule goes, ahead of time, we're not doing a stream on Sunday like we normally would do. Olivia and I are taking a break this Sunday, but we will be back next week Sunday for Ratchet and Clank 3 Up Your Arsenal. We'll be starting that next Sunday. And then other things, I still haven't done the schedule for next week yet. However, in general, Wednesday we're going to be doing some game development stuff. Hopefully I have some more stuff ready for level generation. We can start trying to figure out how that all fits together, and also maybe potentially just throw bricks at people. Then either Thursday or Friday we'll be doing a gaming stream of some sort. It is usually pretty flexible. And of course, for more CatGirlCraft, that'll be next Saturday as well. That is the general idea going forward. I'm gonna drop it in front of ours, as we usually do. Imagine nobody's currently available in chat, so I'm probably just gonna drop in on a friend of ours and then head off. See what we got here. Ia's on. This Mandy cat person, I don't remember who this is. I don't remember following this person. Apparently, Jurastella is doing some Street Fighter Alpha 3. Could probably drop in on that potentially. It's probably drop in on Ashura, I'd imagine. I think Ia might still be BRB, according to this stream preview. Oh no, she's back. Yeah. I've raided Azure Stella one time in the past 30 days. Ia one time, so both of them, same. Probably raided Azure more recently than Ia, now that I think about it. Mainly because I did do a collab with Ia recently, so you'll probably drop in on Ia then. We can get that started. I do think everybody is on lurk. I'll throw the raid message out there in case somebody is available for it. And y'all know the drill. You can unlock the emote using channel points. If you're not subscribed, but it's fine. And then, yeah, oh, I forgot to actually open Ia up over here. Oh well. Tab. It turned out to be muted anyways, so it'll work. Alright. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Katon, over and out.